Okay, I'm looking for those discussion board things. I'm gonna carry it. So college for the day. I mean, to be up.
I'm just gonna ask her a question.
Because I can't. It's like the screen that is not the normal screen. There. See, it's a new pants, Haley.
It is.
I tried to do fresh fuzz. I read about that.
Over here.
Did I donut my stomach? Sorry, I would have a shoe. Just broke. Weigh in. None of y'all have super glue. Did it?
Like busted out my flip flop on the way in.
Oh no! Yeah, just like walking in, it just happened.
I hate that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My shoe just broke.
I had leather flip-flops on. I was at Capitol Ale House. I
Uh-huh.
was get out of my booth and flip-flop breaks. So I'm like walking to the bathroom like this, so my shoe didn't fall off.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Literally like an hour into the day, and it broke. And I
You know, all that stepmom and she had.
I can show you where it says that is attached. And what we'll do is we'll print it off, and then I'll scan it and send it. Yeah, it shows you the date.
It does, they all do, I mean, that's why I was just forwarding it.
Yeah, point the original to me. I'll print off everything.
Okay,
How's
the
that? That
only
way it
thing-
shows that.
So on my phone, it's just showing, but I think if I would forward it to you, it would normal on the computer.
Probably.
Okay.
We'll try it.
Okay.
Whatever I can do to help, that's fine. I have a version of that. I just grabbed my white bra.
Just in case.
And I left the breakfast in the microwave.
Oh,
I ate apples, all
You need a stapler, but stapler what else? Were you driving truck last night? That's another reason why I was like, who is that? And I could, yeah, I saw her face, she was like, well, first of all, I was, what'd you say? I said, oh, when you laughed? I was squinting, I was pretty car light in my face. And it was like this random picture there. You know what I was thinking when I was driving by? I was like, is that the little Zach guy that went to the show? Then when I got further, I was like, he does 80. Because this person drives a regular car. Occasionally.
It won't back up. It's stuck in my phone. Like stuck. Well, actually, it's actually stuck in my just get over here.
Backwards. I was like, well, well, I guess you could maybe push it. I guess I top down, yeah, wherever. It is pretty driving though, because it's not safe where I don't know how I know this, we were gonna go on Monday. She didn't either when she was. I never do. I never do. Ashley, you know, that's the one in Sterling. It's an actual perio practice. They have no hygiene department and they're looking to grow. She's just bought the practice. So she's looking to 1 to 2 days a week. But the potential for additional days is very real. We have been getting 35 to 40 patients a month in our book through April. So.
You want me to help you or just be here in case?
I want you to do it.
Yeah.
How's everybody?
Yeah, this one's really written in their full ad. She's just not really looking for me.
You all have one?
She's done. Player, great practice, nice, fun people. Even if you have
Interested to send your resume.
It is Dr. Norbo. I don't need information. He's in my dentist's house too.
Oh, well, there you go.
As soon as like I laid down the bed last night, he's my dentist, because he's one of like, so that's like a personal.
Yeah, there you go. I'll keep sending them out.
So, yeah, now
I'm just trying to figure out. When I woke up, I was like, duct tape. Yeah. She had duct tape.
Regular.
What scares me is like, oh no, I was thinking it's just a class and found out what everybody needs.
So I thought, well, I'm gonna do it all and just make them flat.
Like fixes on Facebook or two. I'm like, I was looking at it like, all from her. Did you get that email? I did. Oh, I sent it.
Okay.
Oh, I know what I'm doing.
The queen lotion. And check. I love that character.
Why is it gonna take that long? Because lock this out, it takes 10 minutes to reset, and it will lock you out after 3. Okay, can I have your attention? Jimena, good morning.
She's so cute.
How many have we got there?
All 6. Yup.
6, so we're missing 1.
I don't know if she's coming.
Dia's not coming.
So 1 out of 7, what's that fraction? What's that
A
percent?
7.
Yeah, that I could get.
That's as close as I can get.
Oh gosh, you're as bad as me, it's really hard to
And
get.
1.4.
1.4?
Or 4,
What?
I don't know.
We're hygiene school.
Stop it, your math.
I count.
We're 83% here.
And
We're
divide.
85%.
Oh, 85.
85% here.
Okay, you got, that's exactly what I'm looking for. You guys know how many in here?
We're passing right now.
Alright, so we got, I counted 19, maybe one more person, 20 out of 29. Do the math for me, somebody.
What are we doing?
You got it, Beth, what is it? 68% are here. I realize y'all are getting very close to the end, I do, and I feel for you. And I know that you've got a lot of stuff on your mind, and I know you all are the ones that are here, so I'm preaching to the choir, aren't I? But you need to take the message back to all your friends. This is not acceptable.
People really don't show up down there?
You gotta be here till the end of being here, okay? If I've gotta be here, you've gotta be here. And trust me, I've tried every way I know to get out of it, but I can't, so you can't either. Okay? So just keep that in mind. Don't screw up on the final push, is what I'm trying to say, okay?
And also, this isn't a collaborative class, so if you miss, like you said, we're preaching to the choir, you guys are sitting here and you were on time, but you can't go back and review. And not that this stuff is tough, but if you miss it, or you miss something little that we say, you can't get it back.
So,
It wasn't set up like that.
and there is something about, you gotta attend 20% of the classes, and, no, you can't miss more than 20% of the classes and still pass a course in this college. So just remember that. Because it would really suck, you know what, if you didn't pass 245 and had to wait to get that license, wouldn't it? Okay. What else did I want to say? Let's see, everybody's ready for NERV? What the heck do you mean you're not?
How many
ready?
people don't have a patient yet?
We don't have an ideal patient.
I don't want to hear it. You have a patient. No patient at all is what she's asking. No patient at all?
I know Sierra does it, or she didn't.
No, Sarah's got one.
Oh, she got one?
We have one here that doesn't.
Okay. Down to the wire. That's really part of the test is finding your patient, believe it or not. We can't find them for you, we can't tell you about them, or we're not supposed to. It's part of your test is finding the appropriate patient. Our percentages are going up here, guys. And Erica got her haircut. Turn around, Erica.
And color.
Color looks good.
No, not colored. Oh,
Back of it looks like it's lighter.
yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Anyway, but what I did want to find out is have you all taken the time to review the, what do you call it? The PowerPoint, yeah. The orientation PowerPoint that they have. I strongly recommend that you do this, okay? We've gone over it in class. Once is not enough, because when you all look at this, you're all emotional. I'm emotional when I look at it. So you've got to look at it and really know it, so that when you go in there that morning or that afternoon, you're comfortable. You know what you're supposed to do, okay? And you're ready to rock. And if you're fumbling with papers or order of protocol of what to do when, it's gonna work against you. And you don't want that in this situation. So you really, and you guys know, if paperwork is your downfall, we all know who you are, or how much you have to pay attention to that. So please, put in the extra time, and go over that, and go over it, and go over it, okay? So that it's second nature when it gets to you, okay? And getting a lot of questions about, what if they have an abscess here, but I'm picking over here? Is that all right? We're not nerve examiners. We don't know. You have to read the book and figure out whether it's all right, okay? What other kind of questions do I get?
I've had some questions in the clinic.
About,
X-rays.
oh, excellent.
So say that you can see the distal of something, or the apex in one shot, but not necessarily the shot it should be in, but you see it in another shot. Should you retake that shot? And then you can see it in a different one?
Should you? I don't know. She doesn't know. We're not nerve examiners. We don't know what they're gonna take off for. If you're a smart student, you look at it and see how many possible points can be deducted for x-rays.
It's 8. X-rays are 8
Me
points.
too.
Okay, sorry.
It's not about the points, they even can ask you to repeat them there, and if you fail twice, you're out of the exam.
That's another thing. They can ask you to retake, I'm gonna say it again because you're gonna stop.
Oh, sorry,
They can ask you to retake the x-ray
twice.
up to 2 times. If you don't get it right, then you're out. Now, God forbid it's for the distal of the canines, because you're all out. It's not your all's forte at all. But I have, don't get so worked up about that. That really has not been an issue. What's an issue is going in there and knowing what you're supposed to do and doing it exactly the way they tell you to. Remember that these people are hygiene instructors, dental instructors. How picky are we? Pretty darn, aren't we? So these people are gonna have expectations of you, just like we do, and you're gonna have to meet them, okay? Patient selection is everything. And when I say that, I mean it cannot be a perio 3 bordering on a perio 4. If you look in your book, that's not what they want, right? At least it wasn't last year, I haven't looked at it this year.
It says it's not recommended.
It's not recommended. These people have my livelihood in their hands. If they tell me something's not recommended, I'm not gonna push that envelope. I may speed to push an envelope, but I'm not gonna push that one. If they say it's not recommended, I don't choose them. If they say, what did they say about crowns?
My question was about gross caries, and it says not recommended too, but it doesn't say.
Your
if
question
it's
was
in
about
this-
what caries?
About
Gross.
caries.
Caries.
Gross, yeah.
Gross
If
caries.
it's in the same quadrant or different quadrant, that's, cause my patient is getting root canal, so I don't know, and I don't have any application, so I still don't know what to do.
So just remember that there are certain things you have to look at that. If they don't and I don't
But
recommend,
it
for
doesn't
God's
say
sake,
if
don't
it's the
pick a
same
third
quadrant
molar.
or no, that's what, you know.
If you can avoid it altogether, don't pick those third molars. Those are bears, aren't they?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, here's another scenario. What if we have classified the person and we think they're a 3-3? So then the student decides to take, oh, this will be a good boards patient. At that point, they shouldn't it's their call. They aren't gonna go on what we 100%
Correct.
assessed. So if they take the person and it turns out to be a perio 4 and they're dismissed or something, they can't come back on
No,
the
it's all on you.
Yeah.
It's all on you. And you all are smart enough and you know enough to do it well. Okay, you haven't gotten this far not knowing anything. So what else do we have? Any other questions on NERB? And Germana, I want to tell you all, congratulations to, I believe there's 4 of you that passed CERTA, so if we haven't said it out loud, congratulations, that was fabulous. Good job.
Great job.
Thank you. All right, let me see if I can log on. If I can't, then who printed out their PowerPoint? Nobody?
I did. This is not really. There's like 16 or something days left in class.
You missed my first lecture.
Right.
That's another thing I want to tell you. Y'all waltz into your jobs that late, you're out the door.
Excuse me, that was 66.
Yeah,
Oh.
unfortunately, the.
Tell that to your dentist.
Tell that to your dentist,
I'm sure
tell that
will.
to your frustration. You know what? You're not gonna keep a job, Eric.
My first patients show up whenever they feel like it, so.
Doesn't work that way. Doesn't work that way,
I know,
honey.
Mrs. Sutherland.
You know it doesn't work that way,
I
Mel.
even texted and said I was gonna be late. Dang. All kinds of crap.
I'm not just directing it at you. You weren't the only one, Rojan. I just saw people come, was it you, Abeba? Oh, it was so-so. You did it, right? Oh, that brings me to another thing we have to do. Y'all can't let me forget to go around and get your names, how you pronounce them phonetically. I mean, I've done it with a few of you, but I need to be told time and time again, because once you all start walking across that thing and I have to call your name out, I don't want to look like an idiot and your parents to start throwing things at me, okay? This is like the moment of truth, really. I'm afraid to hit it. It's not Hallelujah! We got it to come up.
Thank you.
Hey, you guys have a great day. I'll see you. Hey, where's?
But wait, do I have to go under your blackboard?
No, you can do your own back.
Right here.
Well, I think that's the same password. Yeah.
forget to come to class today.
Oh, okay.
Because last week, remember, I almost forgot and you reminded me.
All right.
NV
No,
is just what always shows up. What?
You know.
Oh, I won't. I won't. But again, it just goes to show people's lack of judgment.
I know.
I need to calm down.
Yes.
All right, you're all in here. Okay, I'm gonna get it so that it's showing there.
Mrs. Sutherland, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
So, when do we get the actual physical paperwork for the
For
patients?
NERV,
Yeah, like, you know, the medical, all that.
the medical you've got already. It should be filled out already. If you
Where
picked
can I
out your
get the
patient.
form?
I used it like.
You go online.
I go online.
Go online, it's online,
It's on
okay? It's all online. I don't know, you got me involved. This is not working either.
So
There it is.
If the patient doesn't speak English, do they have like a Spanish form, or it should be filled out with interpreter, and interpreter should put initials? What's the protocol for that?
I think you have to read the book on that question.
I read the
Doesn't
book,
say anything.
it doesn't say anything.
Well, I would definitely fill out an English form. Yeah. Does the patient even sign that form? I can't, I don't know.
Well, in our clinic, it's Hispanic version, so we
No,
can.
no, but the form that NERV has, that medical history, is there a place for patient signature on that?
I'm not sure about it.
Check it out, there may not even be a place. Somebody else asked me something. Paperwork, when do we get it? We get the paperwork, if you're in the morning, you get it at 6 or 6:30. And in the afternoon, I think it's at 11:30 or 12, whenever you can get there. Maybe, I'd have to look at the exact times, but it's right before you.
Medical, you can.
Medical is up there, that needs to be filled out ahead of time. Obviously, you need to know whether this person's gonna be kicked out for bisphosphonates.
When you share the patient and when the second group of patients change, and when can I find the medical history when I'm coming? It's somewhere in front?
What I would do is I'd fill out 2 forms, mine and whoever else is having that patient, I would fill out 2 forms.
That manual, under medical conditions, it says, like, those patients may need medical consult, and it included depression, like, my patient has depression, she will need medical care.
If it says they may,
They may, yeah.
I'm not gonna risk $1,000 on not getting it, are you?
I
Now you're not, because I just said that,
I
right?
don't know, it's really, like, I don't know, it's so, everything's so complicated.
It is complicated, as,
Yeah,
as life is, and it's complicated because of all the different things that have come at them.
I even don't know if she will.
It's
go to
why-
that
it's-
consult, I'm not sure.
Well,
But she's on medication, so how can I go?
any other questions? Lynn, you okay?
Oh,
Sue, Lynn,
yeah, I was thinking.
you're looking at me with that look.
Oh, I have. I already printed out the X-rays, FMX, and front desk. It doesn't look like a really quality copy.
That's the best, I mean, did you bring in photograph paper?
Yeah.
What's it called, photograph paper?
Yeah.
Photo
I-
paper.
Copy
paper. If you brought that in, that's the best that copier would do.
But as I remember last year, when their copy was so good, I can see
What if
it.
that student did something bad, like downloaded that and emailed it to themselves and printed it off on their printer? I don't know, not saying maybe they did, I don't know.
Or can't you take it like to Staples or something and get it done?
And don't go to Staples.
Oh. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Whoopsie. Thank
medical clearance, so should it be formed from our clinic to get that medical clearance? Because it doesn't say anything.
All it says once is on the doctor's letterhead saying that that patient can receive, can participate in that exam and receive dental treatment.
Okay. Everyone's gonna do fine. Many people have passed it for many, many years. It's all good. One thing I do want to mention before we get into the real important, tedious appointment scheduling is if you do have patients that other students need the requirements for, I see a lot of you sharing, you know, 5 people doing sealants on one person and that kind of stuff. But I also see some hoarding as well. And I know that your priority is yourself and graduating, but you really need to think about your fellow classmates. You guys went into this 2 years together and you need to graduate together. So even though it's getting stressful, you just really still need to think about each other and help each other along so that you're all done in a couple weeks. And you know, with board patients, I understand having a backup, but like when we took our boards, we had a backup between like 5 or 6 of us. And if that person needs to be paid to just sit there, then you have 5 or 6 of you go in on, you know, $20, $25 each to just hold that person for peace of mind. So just keep in mind that you just help each other, and if you have someone you can share, or you have a backup, and you really don't need the backup, to share the wealth, okay? So it's just nice to pay it forward sometimes. So that's my little yoga namaste speech, okay? So, and then the other thing, 2 more things before we get into this, because this isn't going to take long. It's kind of ridiculous. So I've been reading the portfolios and your reflection papers, the portfolios have been really, really good. And I love all the feedback you're giving about clinic and classes and everything. And one thing that seems to be a pretty consistent concern would be Dentrex in the clinic. What do you guys, and Germana, do you guys have Dentrex at your clinic?
Yes.
Yeah. And is it kind of a cluster like it is here?
I don't
think so. We like it.
No? Okay.
We've been using Dendrix since we started.
Okay. What do you think could be improved with Dentrix down here? Like what is your chief complaints besides, I mean, I don't know much about Dentrix, so one of you come to me. I mean, so I think for myself is educating the instructors more on it so we can help you. I mean, I think that's a huge downfall, and I'm very guilty of that. But what else, Rajan?
Like, for example, hard tissue, if you make a mistake while you're putting the information in, you can't delete it yourself. You have to go look for Miss McGraw, because Miss Mariella can't do it anymore. So it's like one person has to do that.
So only Miss McGraw can override?
Yeah, so it's, you know, and then when you do hard tissue and that's what you're looking at, it kind of messes you up. So it would be good if students can actually like play around with it, you know?
I just don't think they ever, like, I think last year it was just on a whim, Misty was like, okay, we're gonna start using Dentrix, but it hasn't been updated in probably 20 years.
Right, yeah, we were really old.
They don't set the colors for what everything is gonna look like, so they just kind of throw you into it, but they really didn't organize it well.
Okay.
They just need to plan better.
Okay, an upgrade.
Yeah.
I know Dr. Wen, she was like very upset that like my colors were different, they were talking about the color. And so yeah, I think maybe just like all of them be the same. And also like with my computer, like it freezes a lot, so I have to like save every second. So I don't know if anyone else's computer like freezes a lot, but it's like my whole computer is not good. It would just be nice with it. And plus like I can't get on the internet, so if a patient like forgot to tell me about a medication and I didn't look it up at home, and I didn't have the card for it, like I was kind of out of luck.
Yeah. Okay.
What if you have password and you cannot log in?
But also, yeah, you know, like updating it and putting all the necessary conditions that we are required to chart so that, you know, you can find it and click it and it will, you know, provide all the information on it. So, but I think it probably comes from upgrades and updates,
Right.
you know.
Yeah.
So that you can utilize it better.
Well, and my concern too is you're gonna go into these offices that have the latest and greatest Dentrix, and you guys are gonna be like, huh, this doesn't look like, or I didn't see that in school. So I think we need to be more, so that you guys transition easier in private practice, because you're gonna have the biggest transition going from 3 hours to 45 minutes. So to have Dentrex on top of that, it's gonna be hard.
I don't understand why they have us do the hard issues, existing, sort of in the computer, but we're suspicious, we put it on in the paper. So there's, I don't know, it's like
Yeah.
so much paper. I don't know why they do that, but they should put suspicious in the computer and maybe just have like another sheet just for like the classification.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, but you can even put, on the computer, I saw you put like diastemas in the computer, it'll let you. So they should
I don't know
allow us
whether
to
it'll
do
let- yeah.
everything on the computer. We're not gonna go to private practice and do half computer, half paper.
Right,
And it takes up so much time.
it does,
Silly.
yeah. Anyone else?
It would be nice to start.
Oh, I know, but for
It would
here.
be nice to start with a class on Dentrex,
Mhm.
just to have one time, like 45 minutes or something, with sitting, some kind of PowerPoint and explaining, because well, what happened, we went to Mariella, she showed a little bit something on computer, then you push this button, then you push that
And
button.
that's it?
And that was it basically, so we didn't have like learning experience was like a practice.
Right.
So it would be nice to have something more, kind of educational.
Sure. And probably something that you can refer to,
Right.
yeah.
And the other thing is that you put this information on your resume that you work on Pinterest, and then you go develop this, you don't know anything, but it's like mine.
Right. And you're really clueless, yeah. Rajan?
Another thing is the periodontal assessment, where we have to sit there and put in the mucogingival junction for each tooth. That really takes a lot of time.
It does.
And also, like, if they're 1, 2, 3s, that also takes a lot of time, you know, if it's like 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s. Cause in private practice, maybe people only put the high numbers. You don't really sit there and do 3, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I've seen both. I've seen some offices where you do put, even ones, but I've been in others where you only mark 4 and above, and then you just put a line,
Right.
so, okay. Anything else about Dentrex?
Yeah, but so with that being said, I don't know if maybe you run into a problem, like I noticed my computer sequence-wise, like putting 3, 3, 3, and then sometimes it will actually throw you in a different team, so it's always
jumps off.
worries about like keep on typing. I'm constantly clicking each tooth to make sure that I'm in the right spot instead of just continuously going. So there's gotta be a way to do like a sequence that it will, follow and just keep
Right.
throwing me over to the next tooth instead of randomly, boom, you're in the other class.
Right. I didn't know it did that.
It has, like, I've noticed, like, all of a sudden typing, I'm like, oh, where's this going? It's going in the wrong place.
Jemana, do you guys feel pretty proficient in Dentrex, like going into the real world?
I think so.
Yeah.
Good.
But see, they've always been on computers, so they're
Right.
probably a little bit more organized than we are, where we just went to computer last year.
Right. True.
That's all of it, so I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. And then the other thing that is, I have been seeing in the, reflection papers as well is, do you think that some or all of the courses should be online and then you just come to clinic? You just have to show up for clinic? You think you could?
Absolutely not. Yeah, no.
You think you need the face-to-face
For some classes, yes. Some classes should be online.
I think the ones that we had online were perfectly fine to be online, like dental.
Okay.
I disagree. I think the oral anatomy
Yeah.
should have been,
Oral anatomy
should have been in class and should have been showing the tooth, I don't know, studying the tooth in one dimension on the, instead of.
So what did you have online? You had oral anatomy?
Which was ridiculous.
We also
I think we have
had
one
one of the DNH in the summer, 244 in the summer, like a lecture.
Mhm.
I think that's it.
So, I mean, I think this class could be online.
Oh, yes.
Because I think, at times, especially as we're getting towards the end of the semester, you guys are checked out. I get it, we're gonna sit here and talk about appointment scheduling. And things that we could talk about, like when we talk about real world stuff a lot, we could talk through Collaborate, or I guess if we did a Collaborate, but if you just do it online, you don't think you're missing a little bit of the human interaction piece or no? No? Okay.
But also you have to look at the time savings for a lot of the people that's commuting extensive, hours. They could be at home being very productive, immediately after lecture is over, you're back in business instead of commuting back, and so that's probably.
Plus it's recorded, so you can.
Your what?
It will be recorded, so you can listen to it again.
But like this isn't a collaborative class, it's recorded for some reason, but it's not recorded for collaborate. So if you miss, you can't go back and listen to this.
If it's online, I was talking about if this class is online.
Oh, okay, if it was on, so collaborative.
Online
So do you think a collaborative for this, or just strictly online, you have your assignments, you show up to take your tests?
Online, strictly online.
Strictly online?
I mean, I felt like the first year, for the most part, we spent every class trying to connect at least for 30 minutes. So that's a lot of waste of my time personally. I don't need to be someone reading me the PowerPoint. I can read it myself at home. I don't need that, Maybe some people need it. It's not like I'm getting something different, I can read this myself at home. It's not something I need to be explained. It's
Right,
all
well, we can
common
all read the PowerPoint, I get that part, but also and I understand this kind of stuff, it's ridiculous, we're all sitting here, you're thinking about boards, you're thinking about having a patient tomorrow, like you said, I get it. But also, you have to remember, we have guidelines to the state that we have to go over, and we have to have something measurable. So, like appointment scheduling, it'll be taped that we talked about it. But if it's just online, then do you have a quiz after every?
I don't know how they do this.
So we legally have to have something measurable.
Right. Well, somehow they do that online education, completely online.
Well,
So
yeah,
I
but
guess
that
there is-
does require a lot of quizzing, and, because I've taken some NAS classes online, and that was constantly tests, quizzes, boom, boom,
Yeah.
it was never ending.
Right. So, I mean, I just want you to know, I mean, I get where you guys are coming from with your reflection papers, and they've all been great. It's just, I just wanted to see what, what percentage thought that being here is helpful as opposed to, sitting on your couch and doing it from your computer. And also, with that being said, next week we're talking about specialties. Really? Okay, so if you wanted to, we could, not have class. However, because I need something measurable, you could just send me a little, paragraph. And we could come up with something that you want to write about, a specialty that you want to go into and why. Yeah, you could do a discussion board, but everyone needs to participate. And I don't want it just, I want to go into perio because I like blood. It needs to be something substantial. Remember, it has to be measurable. Germana, what do you guys think about that?
Sounds good.
Okay.
It doesn't matter, but I think we have to be here for ethics anyway.
Oh, yeah.
So let's not do a.
Yeah, let's not do it.
Okay.
Unless if we can make a deal with
Let's bring donuts and coffee and meat
and discuss what everyone wants to do.
Okay, so we just have a little free for all. Okay. We could do that because the next one, so they can do that. Yeah.
I don't got no more money, I don't have money.
Yeah,
Stick to the one pot, I'm so.
What if Miss Phillips brought in something?
Oh.
She's nice like that, so, thank you, Sarah.
Tell you what to do, but I don't want to keep some money.
Okay, yeah, so you guys don't worry about anything, but we'll be here. Why don't we start like 15 minutes later? Is that 9:15?
That
Okay.
means I'll be on time.
So then half of you will be on time. Okay, so, are you guys good with that?
part about how you're gonna lose your first job if you're late.
But to all our defense, I'm sorry, I don't like to be late, but this day, for some reason, that half an hour later, the traffic is nuts. Every Wednesday, I don't know if any of you experiencing that, but that's why it's every day I'm
But like Miss Southerly was saying, that is something you guys need to get together with, because your doctor is not gonna be like, oh, thanks for coming, you know, your patient, we entertained them for 20 minutes. So you gotta get a grip on the traffic. So it sucks, but that's where we live. So anyway, let's talk about appointments. Now, appointment scheduling, when you go into interview, some of you were asking me some questions to ask. Prophy interval would be something that you want to ask. And in the past, I've had some new grads interview, and they really don't want less than an hour and a half for a new patient and an hour for recares. And I'm going to tell you that good luck getting a job, because there may be a couple offices out there, but a lot of times offices like that aren't going to hire new grads because they're looking for someone more seasoned. And there's just not a lot of them out there. So you are going to run into, the majority are going to be 45 to 50-minute recares, and then an hour for new patients. And in that hour for new patients, you're doing an FMX, full mouth probe, a cleaning, unless you need to reschedule them for SRPs, and fluoride. So I just want you to know what the norm is. So a norm is an hour for new patients, 45 to 50 for recare. You think you guys are going to be able to do that in a couple weeks?
Oh my God.
You guys will be fine. So, and then also, I mean, you don't want to ask this, but you do want to see what their policy is with x-rays. Some offices let the patients dictate, you know, always refusing x-rays. Like I had one patient, and it was crazy because he was a doctor, and you know, was very proud of being a doctor. He would sign his name, Dr. So-and-so, MD. You know, just in case he didn't catch the doctor at the front of the name, I caught the MD at the end. But he would refuse x-rays for years. Finally, till the dentist was like after 3 years of him refusing, the doctor's like, you know, we can't treat you anymore. And then he, you know, when he gave him that ultimatum, he did take, and then we just wanted some bite wings. But you also have to see ethically, what's your standard for x-rays? Is it going to be once every year? Once every 2 years? Are you going to take it, are you going to want to take x-rays on 4-year-olds? 3-year-olds? So you have to think what you're looking for in a practice too, as far as x-rays. Are you going to opt for bite wings in a pan over an FMX? Because remember, you're not asking the dentist anymore. He's trusting you to make the right decision. So you have a new patient come in, you're not going to run to him and say, Dr. Jones, what do you want me to do? I mean, he's going to look at you and say, I want you to leave because you don't know what you're doing.
Really? I thought that the dentist better prescribe.
No. Absolutely not. It is all you. So if
Like
they
you make your own decision as to like, what if the dentist wants, like you made that decision on bite wings, but the dentist wants something else?
You have to feel what
Well,
they.
you'll get to know what they want, but also if you take an FMX, or you take bite wings, or you get in there and you see an abscess on
Right, I mean, that's-
4, you're just naturally gonna take a PA. You know, no one's gonna come yelling at you, you didn't get this signed off. So, yeah, I mean, you have a big
I'm
responsibility.
kind of trained like this now, yeah.
I know, but you've gotta, we're gonna let you go, but these are all your calls. And then once you get into an office, you'll get the groove of what your dentist wants you to do. Okay. And then some offices, they do like a case type like we do here, 1, 2, 3, 4. Some will just do like levels, which would be the same thing, and they have their certain criteria for that. And some of you may know about insurances, because I can't remember this because I haven't done private practice for a while. But I don't think you can do a debridement and then schedule SRPs. You know? That's one thing you might want to look up, because I remember before, like if we did a full mouth debridement and charged, you know, a couple $100 or did this one code, then it would cost to do scaling and root planing. So see what your office does and what their insurances do. And then also if you're recommending an SRP to a patient and they want it, how much is that? I always played dumb, like, oh, you know, the treatment coordinator is going to come in and talk to you about that. You just stay out of it. Your job is to treat the patient. Okay, because you don't want it, well, Julie said that it was only gonna cost $350 and now it's $700. You don't want any of that. So let the treatment coordinator do that. You just recommend, okay? And then another one is, I'm totally getting off topic, I'm just thinking about things in private practice. Arrestin. Some offices like to see if there's been any, if the gums have gotten better, and they do it at the recare appointment, and some like you do the Arrestin right then and there. And that's another thing, you might want to run to the front and see if Arrestin is covered, because I do know one time a hygienist went into an office and she did 32 sites of Arrestin, and the insurance wasn't covering it. So, and I think, how much is Arrestin per pop, do you know, in private practice, like 50?
Yeah, about 50.
Yeah. What is it, like 50? 50. Yeah, that's a lot of money. Yeah.
But 32 sites, come on now.
Yeah, yeah, but, so you have to wonder, was that hygienist in a production-based practice? So these are things too you have to think of when you're picking a job, okay? Okay, so here's the typical recare appointment. You're gonna go over the health history, and this is one thing, I have never, ever, ever had my blood pressure taken in a dental office. So are you gonna take blood pressure?
I worked on one where we took blood pressure actually.
Really? What if they don't? Are you gonna bring your own cuff in? Are you gonna?
Yeah, I would.
It kind of goes to, like, I remember ours, like, we're not doing it, and all of a sudden, oh, let's do it, so they got the, like, the wrist ones, you know, and that one is, like, it's like a screening purpose, you know, so while you're doing it, I guess you can do it, but everybody has to be doing the same thing, because you don't wanna be,
Same protocol.
like,
Right.
why is this so-and-so did that, but you're not doing, you know what I mean? It's,
Absolutely.
you have to kind of be cautious. about it a
Absolutely.
little bit.
So, you know, some offices do, I think the majority do not. I know that we had some blood pressure cuffs in our office, so if the patient looked like they were stressed or about to have a stroke or a heart attack, we would take it, but that's about it. The radiographs, the EOIO, which is, you know, very, very important, but you're not gonna go and feel every node and, you know, those submandibular, movable, non-tender that everyone seems to have. Heart tissue charting, I didn't do that in my practice. So I would write down, like, we didn't even have a separate sheet for that. I would write down, you know, what I think needs to happen on my tray cover, and then he would look at it. But I also had a good relationship, so basically whatever I put down, he would agree with. But then the dental assistant would chart it in Dentrex. So your doctor may want you to chart it, I don't know. But then that's where you have to be, if he wants you to do it, to be careful, because remember, we can't diagnose. So you don't wanna hear, or the patient see you putting in, you know, you recommend a crown or an extraction, and the patient's thinking you're the one that's recommending this treatment. So, and also you have to remember too, that you have the main relationship with the patient, so the dentist's gonna walk out of the room and they're gonna, well, do you really think I need that? So, you gotta think about what your spiel's gonna be. Okay, cause you can't say, oh, absolutely, yes, cause you can't diagnose. So do you just say, I would go with whatever the recommendation of the doctor is? That's what I used to say. So, and then polishing. In the real world, are you gonna do selective polishing? No. I mean, half your patients think the polishing is the cleaning. So, no, you're not gonna do selective polishing. So you mean, you just don't polish off the pink? I never see any of you polish and then go back in with the toothbrush and then polish again, and then go back with the toothbrush. So, yeah, you're gonna polish the whole mouth. And then fluoride, that's another thing too, is not all insurances cover fluoride. So always ask the parent or ask the patient, and do say, you know, just so you're aware, sometimes insurance doesn't cover fluoride, just so they're aware. okay? Which is crazy to me, but. All this is just pretty, you know, how you would have it in the computer. Because of HIPAA and stuff, most offices do like you to minimize it. And we used to just have it up and then, you know, but patients think, oh, I know Julie, she's coming in next, tell her I said hi. Oh, she's getting an extraction, what's wrong with her, you know? So keep it minimized. And then once you get in the groove and you're working in a practice, the doctors, I think, will let you make your own appointments and set how long you're gonna need. But if they see that you're scheduling an hour to an hour and a half for recares in almost every patient, I think you are gonna have a problem. So just be aware that the average time is 45 to 50 minutes for a recare. And you guys will be able to do that no problem. I'm not worried about that.
And also, I don't know if Dentrix has that, but like the software that we use is a SoftDent, and it does have what they call team talk. So for example, there are some like children that like in braces, or they're very heavy stain builders, so lots of calculus. Eventually, you know, they would like put a note in the computer, not to schedule in less than this such and such amount. So like whoever goes in tries to type an appointment, and pops up and says like 40 minutes hygienist, you know.
Right.
So that also helps to kind of prevent like these difficult people coming in and not having enough time
Right.
to see them.
And then also, you'll get to know your dentist. Is he a chatty Cathy? Is he always running late? You know, so you can set up to, you know, after you do, you know, perio, you're gonna start cleaning, sign up for the exam. Because remember, you're probably on the same schedule as 3 or 4 or 5 more hygienists, and you're all gonna end at the same time. So it's nice to get that exam out of the way. And then some time savers is you can review the charts beforehand, which I do recommend. I used to do that. Yet you can book their recare while you're waiting for the dentist. The OHE, you can discuss that while your hands are in their mouth. And then insurances, I didn't know much about insurances, and I would just let the front desk and the treatment coordinator do that, and I would never commit to a price, because that's gonna come back to bite you. So, does anyone have any questions? No, it's pretty easy. Joanna, do you guys have any questions? No. Okay, so next week, 9:15. Good to go? Okay.
Thank you.
See you next week.
I need chair. Looking for?
Which is do you have to be here?
Not until 10:15, right?
Yeah.
You all done?
Very cool. Oh, I don't. You want me to turn this off?
No, don't touch it.
See you tomorrow, guys.
Bye. So, Marcia, can you come to your chair? Well, actually, we have one of the company, they plan to test this, there's one unit that's empty all the time. I know, she said, I could totally clean it down and take a picture.
We often form here. They already, I needed. That's why, yeah, I really there.
If you can't take them as patients or something, you can 49 hours.
No worries, like, can they just
Then they just keep the patient, I know, so I asked them something. No, but we don't know if we can prepare them for the board, both we don't need to work for them. They both,
Yeah, I don't know.
no one has
You're gonna make her look always in your fire.
Hey guys, are y'all there?
We're here.
Hey, can you see me or are you still seeing the computer screen?
We can see you.
Okay, great. All right, well, are you guys ready to get started?
Yep.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So today what we're talking about is practice management. Thank you so much for turning it on, you guys. Thank you. Hi. Okay, wonderful. So we're going to talk a little bit today about practice management, and hopefully it'll be fun. I'm not lecturing. You have that PowerPoint you can look through and pull the key points out of for your reading assignment. So what I'd like to do is tell me what management styles you have experience with. So maybe Mandana, do you have any experience with certain management style?
I used to do ordering for my office, and do the
Okay.
inventory and ordering supplies.
Okay, so those were your responsibilities. What type of management style was used in your office?
We don't know really what type was that.
Okay. Anybody else? Maybe Valeria?
She's not here.
Not here? Okay, what about here at Germanna? Anybody have any experience with a particular management style? At all. It doesn't have to be in the dental office. There's one particular style that you've dealt with for the last 2 years. Yes, good. And it
What did
sounds
she say?
so wrong, authoritative or autocratic, and I think sometimes when we read it, that it doesn't sound good. It kind of reminds us of Hitler and people like that. But when we look at it from a business perspective, sometimes there's purpose to it. So let's talk about that autocratic or authoritative style. I'm going to put it on the document camera so that way I can just kind of act as a scribe for us. All right, so if we talk about autocratic or authoritative, and this is pretty much the type of leadership that you guys have experienced. Are you guys seeing that?
No.
No. Can someone turn the computer off up there? Because I think when that computer's on, it overrides everything else.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay. So in what situations might an autocratic or authoritative management style be appropriate? For those of you who have children, sometimes you have to use this style when you're parenting them. Why would you choose that style?
Because I said so.
But there's reasons why. You have something bigger in mind.
Well, because there's really no, you just know what your expectations are.
Okay, so one, you know what expectations are. Could it be that we would choose this leadership style when maybe our team doesn't have the same experience that everyone else has?
They don't serve as a guideline.
Right, so inexperience is sometimes team members are inexperienced. What about, can y'all see this now?
No.
Ah, there we go. Let me zoom out a little bit.
We still don't see it.
It's a black screen.
It went black again, and see, we saw it and then it Okay, well, how about one of you guys, you can come up to the front board and you can serve as the scribe for us up there. Would that work? Come on, somebody hop out of your chair. Sierra? Miss Heatherly doesn't have to do it.
We love you.
She's had this class.
She's an expert.
Why
What was the first one?
We're on autocratic or authoritative. And we're talking about why we might use that style. And we've said when one person knows the expectations and they've got to be communicated to everyone else. We've also said that maybe our team members are inexperienced. What other reasons might?
Time constraints.
Time constraints. Good. Good, Shelby.
Safety. Safety might be another.
Safety. Good job. Somebody finally opened their book. Good. What else?
They're laughing because I cued them on it.
Uh-huh. All right. Okay. So what
Also,
are
I think the other reason the boss wants to be a micromanager, that's why they choose that style of
Control.
Well, sometimes that's more personality than what they want. Okay, so
I feel like you have to have some authority. I mean, just so everyone knows exactly what they're supposed to be doing.
okay, so Haley says sometimes we do have to have some authority so everyone knows what they're supposed to be doing.
Somebody has to be the final.
Someone has to be the final answer. Good. That's definitely. Now tell me this, the other management style that the book talks about is free rein management. What do you think would happen to our dental hygiene program if we worked under free rein management of the students?
It would be wonderful.
How they wanted to do it, there would be no systematic approach to it, everybody would be on different levels.
Good. Did you guys hear what Shelby said?
No.
She said that there would be a lot of headbutting, that people would be at different levels, they wouldn't be on the same page, wouldn't be systematic, right? And from a perspective of if students were in control, or if students had that free rein management, what experience do students have with taking national boards and licensure? Do you have any? Do students have that? So in a sense, given the setting and what the outcome of the project or the what is being produced by that team is going to also dictate the management style that's required, right?
Too many opinions.
Sometimes you can have too many opinions and not enough facts.
All of us are type A, so we're gonna have our own opinion and we're gonna be loud about it.
Good. Okay. Other management styles that might not be listed in the book. What about like a democratic style?
Well, I would say the creative,
The creative, okay.
where you kind of get to kind of run with your own thing within certain limits.
Okay, good. And so what would be an advantage of having a creative management style or having that work environment where people had the flexibility to move on their ideas, but they did have their parameters? What do you think morale would be like in that situation?
High.
Great.
High.
People doing what they can do within their scope.
Yeah, people feel empowered, right? And when you feel empowered, you probably give a bit more than if you didn't, right? Good. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to work in groups of about 7 or 8 today. So Germana, you guys will be one group. And thank you, Miss Southerly. You've been a wonderful scribe.
Thank you.
So we're going to work in groups of about 7 or 8. And our first thing that we're going to work on, can you guys still see me? Did it change? Yeah,
No, we can still see you.
let's see.
Do you want me to separate them into groups?
They can self-separate, that's fine.
But I have a really cool way of doing it.
You go for it, girl. Separate them in groups of 8 then, Miss Southerly. And before you get into your group of 8, I want each of you to pull out a piece of paper or your computer, I don't care. You can write it as a note on your tablet. Okay? And I want you to finish this sentence quietly on your own. My vision of a team that works is, and you finish that sentence. My vision of a team that works is, and you finish that sentence. So what does your vision of a team that works? Okay? Now what I'd like you to do, once you finish that, get in your group of 8, 7 or 8, okay? And I want you together to develop a vision statement for your office. So those 8 people that are in, 7 or 8 people who are in your group, y'all work together. And I want you to take your individual vision statements that you made there and come together and develop a vision statement for your office so that 7 or 8 of you will work together in a dental office. And I want you to develop a vision statement or a mission statement of that office based on all of your individual thoughts. Okay, so take 5 or 10 minutes to do that. You can also develop your vision statement and then draw a picture of what that might look like. Okay? And we'll go ahead and mute each other for a little bit so that way we can.
Are y'all yourself?
Yeah, we got this.
Okay, make sure you turn it so that you face each other. This is not a single thing, it's a group thing.
minutes.
How are y'all coming up there? Hi.
Angry.
I have only had apple today.
Hey guys. Miss Heatherly, can you unmute them? We can't hear you.
Hi.
Thank you guys. How are you doing up there? Are all the groups pretty much have your mission vision statement ready?
Yeah.
No? Yeah?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And how about your picture of your mission vision statement? No? Okay. You guys can continue to work on that while we go on. But what I'd like for you to do is whoever's in your group, just snap a picture of it with your smartphone and then send them to me, and I'll post them on Blackboard for all of us to see the pictures of them, okay? But let's go ahead as groups and tell me what you came up with. So let's go with one of the groups in at Nova. Somebody want to read your group's your mission statement?
We'll do ours. Okay.
Okay.
The vision statement of our team is to work together, respect each other, help each other in times of need, be a cohesive team, all working under a clear and respectful leader.
That's great.
Good. Nice. Okay, so it looks like y'all have 3 groups up there. Can one more group go up there?
Okay, we'll do ours.
Okay.
We said our vision was a team that has a solid structure and accountability in which all team members work together and respect one another. A team where each member follows their daily responsibilities, with each being held accountable. A team where each member takes initiative and no micromanagement is necessary.
Jay, good job.
Good.
Free reign for all.
All right, Germana, what is y'all's mission statement? What did y'all come up with?
Our vision is to work cohesively as well as independently to promote and achieve optimal oral health for our patients.
Can you say that a little bit slower, Shelby?
Our vision is to work cohesively as well as independently to promote and achieve optimum oral health for our patients.
Excellent. Good. All right, and the last group at Nova.
No, we have 2 more. Let's do the markers. All right.
Oh, there was only 2 groups?
No, we have 2 more.
Oh, 2 more. Oh, okay, great. Go ahead.
Okay. Our vision of a team is a group of hard workers coming together and working towards a common goal.
Good.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, our group statement is a team that works is one in which each team member has duties, responsibilities, quality, unity, organization, and common goals.
Good job.
Excellent. So, what did you find when you guys came together to create this mission statement? What's some of the stuff that you experienced?
That other offices also don't hold their employees accountable.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I just said that a lot of other offices, there's people who aren't held accountable on a daily basis.
Okay. What did you learn about one another?
We all the
We
same.
love each other.
Yeah, as hygienists, y'all have some of the same characteristics. What else did you learn, though?
That we all have a common goal.
Okay. You guys all have a common goal. Good. Anything else? What do you think the team concept, because you guys worked with each other as colleagues, as peers. When you get into the dental office, your team may not all be, you may not have 6 or 8 hygienists on your team. You're going to have some other team members, right? With different backgrounds. So what might those other team members be? Who might they be? Assistants? Okay, good. So do you think that those people will view a successful team the way you do? Not necessarily. Maybe in the big picture they do, but when it gets to the nitty-gritty of how to get there, it's probably really different, right? Because everybody has different theories that they've kind of grown up on or that they've been educated with, and so the philosophy that they come from might be different from your philosophy. So how are you going to navigate finding that middle ground?
Some authority where everyone knows exactly what they are responsible for in order for them to perform their duties will help other people. It will help the big picture happen. It will help everything come together.
Okay, so I think what I heard Haley say is that you need to have authority, someone who sees the big picture and can communicate that to everyone on the team. Is that
Yes, to let everyone know that they are important, that their duties are important, and that helps, to run a well-oiled machine. And then what you do above and beyond that is just that much more.
Good, good. Okay, so what are some ideas that offices might have for team building?
Going on a trip, taking CEO courses,
retreats, trips, seminars.
Also, we had a staff appreciation day when our boss took us to do like a go-kart racing. Then we went to Ritz-Carlton and had a little private lunch with the pool, and then we had dinner that night. It was great team building.
Luncheons are a fun way.
Excellent, good. That's a great day. How frequently do you think team building needs to be done?
Twice a year.
Okay, so it ranges once a month, twice a year. It varies, and it's going to vary on the team, and it's going to depend on leadership. What else might affect the ability for team building? Finances, good. So let's say finances, availability, good. Personalities will affect team building. Let's say that the office is in a slump. There's a lot of offices right now that are at a plateau point, and they just don't have the extra money to do some of the team building ideas that you talked about. What are other things that can be done for team building?
Work for the community service project.
Community service project, very good. What else could you do?
Or you can participate in some sort of mission. Some people go away and volunteer their time as a team. That's a great experience to build team.
Good, good. What else? Is there anything on a daily basis that can be done to build that teamwork?
Having a morning huddle.
Yes. Morning huddles are good. Okay, Ashley was telling us something her office does.
They do like a thank you board in the lunchroom, so if somebody did like soft skills, like somebody took something up for you or worked for a day for you, you write on the thank you board, like thank you for doing this and this and this.
Did you guys hear that?
No.
They have a thank you board in their office. So if someone does something for you, if they cover a shift for you or something like that, then in their lunchroom they have a, thanks Ashley for sterilizing my instruments, or thanks, for coming in early for me. Good. So those are all free things that we can do, right? In those morning
or
huddles.
having a little potluck at the office. Yeah. Everybody brings a dish.
Yeah, having a potluck. Mm-hmm. Staying after.
For something that if you're not getting lunches.
Right.
Some way you can work it in.
Yeah. Good. Good. So somebody had mentioned the huddles, and that is a really good practice. So what would be some of the positive things of the morning huddle?
everybody's great with their productivity, you know, keep it up, you guys are working hard.
Okay, so Shelby gave us some examples of motivating, positive reinforcement. You're doing great. What else could the huddle do?
Well, also it talks about potential patients coming for the day, so then the team is prepared. You know, Mr. So-and-so is getting his cleaning today, but looks like Mr. Jones, he has outstanding treatment for a crown, and Dr. So-and-so has an opening today, so can we see if we can fill that opening with Mr. Jones, who needs a crown?
Excellent, very good. So it makes us aware of what other people on our team are doing, right? Because it's really easy for us to look at the hygiene column and be like, I've got these patients to see, okay? But when you have those morning huddles and you start to see what's going on in other aspects of the office and how maybe you could contribute, you find a patient at 10 o'clock who needs a filling. They're on your schedule at 10, but the dentist has an opening at 11. How great is it for you to say, hey, we have an opening. Can you want to just stay and get it done? It's a win-win. The patient's happy, they don't have to come in. You've made the front desk office a whole lot easier because they're not scrambling to try to find somebody. And then the doctor stays busy, right? Good. Okay. So, and that is important for you as a hygienist, because when you go in and you've been working for 6 months or a year and you want to ask for a pay increase, it's things like that you've been able to do to contribute to the office above and beyond what you're expected to do that will really give you some ground. So try to keep track of those things that you do, you know, keep journals and that sort of thing, because it seems like if you don't write things down or you don't journal about them, when it actually comes time to have those conversations, you know what you've done, but sometimes it's hard to articulate it and give those concrete facts. And I will tell you that men, which the majority of dentists are men, they want the concrete, okay? They want the numbers, and they will definitely treat you a whole lot better if you talk in their language, okay? Because they're just not emotional like we are, okay? All right, so we're gonna have, what do you think, how would you respond? Because inevitably, there's always a negative Nancy on our team somewhere, right? Isn't that true? You've always got somebody who's playing devil's advocate, and you guys are trying to do all this team building, and they don't want to do it. I had an office that I worked in, and the doctor was very kind to us, and he was taking us to Hilton Head Island. Well, we had a particular staff member who did not like to go out of town. And so she made everyone miserable about this trip. I mean, she finagled every reason she could not to go on this trip. But the office said it's a team building trip. We're all going. They ended up giving her Valium to get in the car and ride to Hilton Head. But so how do we respond to those naysayers who say, this is such a waste of time? Really, we could be treating patients and increasing our productivity for our bonus. So what will be your response to those negative people?
That's on the top, get out of their system.
Shoot it out. Out of their office.
Shelby says let them talk. Okay. What about, I don't know, So Young, what would be something you might do? How might you respond to a naysayer? So Young, are you there, honey?
Encourage them.
Encourage them, good. How might we encourage the naysayers?
I get it, I understand why, like, we gotta do this, we all have to do this.
Okay, empathize.
Encourage and change
Encourage that change can be good.
You can change Kill them with kindness, so then they start to feel terrible about how they.
And you know what? Hey, that is such a good point. And here's what you will find. A really good book is 5 Dysfunctions of the Team. If you guys want to read it, it's short, it's an easy read, and that's basically what they say is that the team has to move forward with what their mission is. And those naysayers will eventually either get on board with you or they'll leave. So you can encourage them and try to be positive, but at some point you have to let them go and move forward, okay? And again, that might be that the leadership says it's time for you to go and they get fired. It could be that they realize that this isn't where they should be and they self-select. Okay? Good. So be prepared because you're always going to have one of those on the team. It's just kind of the way it is. Okay? So what you're in your groups of 8. Okay? Now, we've got another little exercise that we're going to do. Now, added to your group of 7 or 8, I'm going to add some people to your group. You might want to write these down. Okay? In your group, we are going to add a priest, minister, or rabbi. Okay? So those 3 people. On your team now is a pregnant lady. You have Nancy Pelosi and John Boehner on your team. John Boehner? Uh-huh. John Boehner is the leader of the Republican Party. Okay? You have an ex-convict. You have a male and female physician. Okay, added to your group. Okay? So that's your team. Whoever's in your group physically there, and then those people that I just added. Your team has gone on a yacht ride for the day for your team building exercise. All of a sudden, the yacht springs a leak and begins to sink very fast. Your lifeboat can only hold 9 people. In your group, determine what 9 people get to survive. Okay?
This is a religious political assignment. I don't feel like participating.
So I'm going to give you about 10 minutes, okay?
So 9 people can fit in the lifeboat, you know, why can't they let me feel like
So guys, what I want you to do is figure out, rank in order who gets on the lifeboat and why. Okay? Does that make sense to everybody? What I said is you guys are going to rank in order who gets on the lifeboat and why. Okay?
We already got one out. We're gonna keep trying to do that.
Pregnant number 1.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, are y'all ready to come back? All right, guys. Y'all ready to come back together? Okay. So, let's start with the group at Nova that went last. What in order, who in order did you save?
Alright, so we saved ourselves first, the whole group. And then we have 3 people that we chose out of those people that you told us to.
Okay.
Which the first one was the male physician.
Okay.
The second one was the female physician, and the third one was the pregnant lady.
Okay. All right. So what made you select in that order?
We chose the male physician because, you know, we needed strength to row the boat and catch fish and stuff. Yeah.
Good.
Very good choice for that.
And then and it's always, we chose the female physician as well because for the pregnant lady. So she can help deliver the baby.
Uh-huh. Good.
And then we chose the pregnant lady because you're saving 2 lives rather than 1.
You get 2 for 1. Good job. Okay, possibly, if you make it to shore. Good. Katie is really disturbed with this activity. Okay, so, Germana, who did you guys save?
We're saving everybody.
Okay, so how are you going to save everybody?
All of us are going to volunteer to hang onto the side of the boat and swim along and paddle.
No.
Everybody.
Okay, so that's Shelby's idea. The rest of the group had some different ideas about who to save.
Go ahead, Haley.
Yeah, Haley.
Go ahead, Haley.
Well, I mean, did we all agree on
Yeah, we can all agree on it.
I'm not swimming, so.
Kara says she's not swimming.
So, I mean, we picked the 6 of us, of course. We would have picked Dia, but she's not here. So we then opened up a spot. So we picked the priest, or the minister, just for, you know, good measure, just lots of prayers and, you know, all of that. We picked the male physician, just stronger, basically. We didn't really say rowing the boat, but.
Yeah, they felt like he had more strength than the
We picked him
female.
over than the female physician. And then we picked, we had an opening for the pregnant lady, so we picked her. And then essentially, I guess the priest could have made his own decision if he chose to give his spot to any of the others.
Great.
Sounds good.
Good. Okay, and the last 2 groups at Nova.
There's 3.
Oh, 3, I'm sorry. When I look at the screen, I see like 3 groups of you guys, so that's why I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right, we'll go.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay, so we wanted that we're saving everybody first. There's 7 of us, so there's only 2 that left. So we're saving the pregnant women, of course, because we're saving 2 life. And we're also saving the male physicians. And we have 3 reasons why. We need manpower. And just in case someone gets sick, he knows to treat us. And we also saving him because it looks like just in case we need to
Okay. Okay, it's really hard for us to hear you guys. And I'm super excited that you're having a great time with it, because that part of that is the purpose of it. And I don't want to disregard the other groups, but I have just one other activity that I want to try to get in before we go our separate ways today. So far we've heard from 2 of the groups, right? And I know that you're kind of talking amongst yourselves. Was there any group who didn't save themselves first?
We didn't.
We put the pregnant.
You didn't. Okay. So why didn't you save yourselves first? What was your thought processes?
Go ahead. We did save ourselves. All right, so the first, so we put the male physician because he's less emotional, just in case we get, wounded. So then we put the ex-convict second because he has, he can whip up some type of resources. Yeah, he has a lot of resources. He knows what he's doing, for sure.
Good.
And then we put we thought we had to put all those people, the other 8 people. So we said the 4th person will be the pregnant woman, depending on how many weeks she is. If she's really big, she's half the weeks. She doesn't too much room. And then
Sierra doesn't want kids, just for the record.
And then we said us, and then all the priests and minister and rabbi, they can stay because I'm sure they all like to do it. And then the 2 politics, they're sneaky, so they can duke it out somehow. That's how we figured that.
Good. Okay, so this thing had nothing to do with dentistry, did it? It had all to do about team building. And so you can see that for the majority of us, we were going to save ourselves, right? So that helps you to know that when you're working in teams, that it's only human nature for us to save ourselves, okay? And when we're negotiating things and we're trying to move forward, it's human nature that we put ourselves first. So you have to be aware of that when there's more than one person involved, it's not always going to be seen eye to eye. The other thing is, if you hear from this, so many people said, well, how far out to sea are we? What if this? What if the ex-convict was this, but maybe he wasn't? So there are multiple things that you need to know. And so as we talk about teamwork and team building, communication is super huge as we navigate our decisions, right? Because had we known more details about the people, we might have selected our list differently, right? So just kind of keep that in mind, that as you move into the workplace, we make a whole lot of assumptions. A lot of people assume that the ex-convict was a violent person, right? Just because of the connotation of that word. But somebody brought up, well, maybe he really isn't violent. Maybe he was in jail for embezzlement, right?
Maybe
So-
he's a dentist for insurance fraud.
Maybe that's for insurance fraud. Good job.
That's
Okay,
what we kept it, because they could probably ferment us some alcohol, so.
good. So all important soft skills for you to be cognizant of, right, as you move forward into the workplace. So one last quick thing, for those of you who have your computers, your tablets, smartphones, I want you to Google a dental office. Find a dental office website, okay, and bring it up. And it'll be whoever finds one first. So just holler as soon as you have one. Okay, Shelby has one.
I have
Okay.
one.
All right. I heard Shelby first. So Shelby has a website. Shelby, tell us what your website is advertising. What is your dental office website advertising?
Like the office itself?
Yeah.
It's
What does the webpage say?
Welcome to Central Park Dental in Fredericksburg, Virginia. It's a husband and wife dentist, proud family offering dentistry in a caring and comfortable environment.
Okay, so they're advertising caring and comfortable, right? What do you think the fact that they've told you they're a husband and wife is trying to communicate?
Family oriented.
That they might be family oriented. What else do they say on their website?
So we never double book, which means that you and your family receive quality care from dental professionals who will take the time to get to know you and your unique needs.
Okay, so they just said that you shouldn't have to wait too long, right? Because they don't double book. All right, someone at Nova, you had a website. Tell us what your website says.
Yes, so this is the dental office in Winchester. We offer full-service cosmetic and general dentistry. Our practice provides complete and comprehensive cosmetic and family dentistry in a warm, caring environment. We are proud of our experienced staff, experts in the latest dental procedures, and our approachable, affordable care.
Okay, so they say they're affordable. They claim themselves to be experts. What sort of precautions do we need to take when we proclaim to be an expert? Who had the advertising law a couple weeks ago when we were doing jurisprudence? Anybody remember what that advertising law was?
You can't advertise anything that you don't actually do.
Right, so if you have to actually be a specialist if you're going to say you're specializing in something. Good. If you claim, because we see this a lot in our area, voted top 20 in Northern Virginia, right? Do you think that's a claim that we can make on our advertisements?
Yes.
Okay, Haley says yes, we can make that claim. Are there stipulations that we have to
Voted top 20.
What it was from.
Right, you have to cite where it was from. Good. So we do have to be careful. Now, the websites are geared more towards who?
Public.
The public. So they're marketing to recruit patients and that sort of thing. What other marketing, though, do we have to do? Who should we also be marketing to? Because the patients are our external customers.
We're marketing to our own customers.
So we market to our own customers. They're all external people. But do we not need to do internal marketing? So internal marketing, yes, is going to be your employees, your team members. Because if we make a claim to the external customers that we're something, but no one on the team except the doctor believes that we're that something, what do you think our message really is to the external customers?
You're not a cohesive unit.
Well, it could be that, but then we're not sending out that message, are we? Okay? So when we talk about marketing, everyone on the team needs to be a part of it. Okay? So whatever we tell the public, that has to be what our team believes. Okay? when we look at the mission of Germanna Community College and that sort of thing, we claim that we are good stewards, that we are innovative and use resources wisely. So if we go out and buy something that is, you know, $100,000 and then it sits in our parking lot, do the people who see our actions believe what we say? No. Okay? And so we are representatives of that dental practice, even though it might not be our name on the door. Okay? So these are all things that you want to look at when you're interviewing. Okay? You want to be evaluating these things. Can I believe in? Can I be a part of what this office claims they are? Okay? Sometimes you have to get in there and really understand what's going on. And a lot of times there's misperceptions and there's judgments and political things that take place. I worked in an office where the doctor didn't have a great reputation in the professional world. When I said I worked there, they're like, oh my God, you work those long hours and you shuffle people in and out. But I worked there and I knew that we didn't shuffle people in and out. We stayed really busy, but everyone got the quality care that they deserved. Everyone got to choose if they wanted the Kia version of dental care, if they wanted the Buick version of dental care, or if they wanted the Cadillac version of dental care. And to me, that was really important because that supported patient autonomy. Okay? So it made, to me, I loved it because it made us partners in healthcare, not someone saying this is what you need to have. Okay? So think about your marketing, both internal and external. What are some other ways that offices could market? So obviously the internet, but how else do our dental offices market it?
Through patients.
Through patients. Word of mouth is so huge. Okay?
The cheapest marketing that you can do is on your existing patient.
That's right. That's right. The cheapest marketing is what your current patients say, because they will say good things about you without being asked. Excellent. Any questions? So I tried to hit the high points with our activities today about teamwork, cross-training, management styles, and marketing, just to kind of help you wrap it up. Now, real quick, before we leave, I know that the first couple of weeks of the semester, I updated the syllabus that y'all don't have NERB next Wednesday, like I said. And Shelby says, yes, you did. But when I went back to look at it, it's still showing NERB. So here's what we can do. I had planned a review, just to review for the final exam. But that would put it 2 weeks before the exam. So are y'all okay with that? Or would you rather move up technology and dental hygiene to next Wednesday and then do the review the week before the final? How big is the final? The final is 50 questions? Is it cumulative? No. It's only on the second half here.
So week before we'll do the review, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you'd rather have the review the week before. So next week, what you're going to do is you guys can work in groups of no more than 4, and I want you to find a technology that you would like to work with, that you maybe haven't had experience with here at school, and share that technology with the rest of the class, okay? Now, in order to make sure that we don't have the same technology, I'm going to create a discussion board, and you're going to put your technology and your name. So that way, if you pick something and somebody else has already claimed it, you can come up with something else. Does that make sense to everybody? So I'll get that loaded as soon as class is over. So options, the book talks about like digital cameras, digital radiography, which really isn't new, but you know, since your book's been printed, the RAT is one of them.
You can look at our PowerPoint. I've added a few things in there. Anything that you've seen at meetings, the periscope. So if we end up running out of topics and we need to make our groups a little bit larger, we can. But I'm thinking four should do it. You don't have to do PowerPoint or anything like that. We can be very laid back next week when we're talking about this. Present the technology, where to purchase it from, about how much it costs, and how it improves. Okay, and I will put it on Blackboard.
What the heck?
Oh, you can still hear us. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll put the details of what you need to present to the rest of the class, but don't get crazy about PowerPoints and that sort of thing. You don't need that. We're just going to come together and share the ideas. It is groups. One thing in the group. Okay?
Are we making our own?
Any questions?
Yeah.
Create our groups or?
No, you're going to self-select your groups. Okay?
We all have to do one
No.
challenge.
4, so y'all can split it into 2 here. So next week, technology presentations, and then the following week we'll do the exam review. Sound good? Okay. Have a great one, guys.
Mr. Benjamin,
Yes.
I will not be here next Wednesday.
Okay.
'Cause I'm taking my vote.
Okay.
So do you want me to email that to you so you have like matter.